Testing microphone 1, 2. Hey everybody, what's going on? Biff is back. Let's see, let's turn the volume down. I'm getting kind of an echo. Getting a bit of an echo. Okay. Well, let's see what that's all about. I think I might know what it's about. It might be that I change this to it might be because I changed my audio output mode from capture audio only to use a custom audio device. which is my Elgato microphone here. So let's see what that did to change. Get rid of that echo. Yeah, it did. So there's got to be a setting or something on the microphone that would cause that echo, because I changed that earlier today. And I guess I shouldn't have. All right, so let's go back here. Let's see if this is going to jump in. It does. What I'm looking for now, though, is to look and see if the video of my webcam is still going to be laggy. It is laggy still. So it's not laggy in Streamlabs, but it is a bit laggy, it looks like, over on Twitch. Yeah, we'll just leave it up. I'll leave the cam up. If it gets laggy, I think I'm gonna just turn the camera off, and I'll just try to stay as. Okay, what I gotta do is I gotta hook up the okay, controller's connected. Good. New controller device been detected. We were unable to set it up with control preset. Go to customize control. Keep default. Let's just keep the default. Okay. That's fine with me. So we're in flight training. We're in basic handling. I was actually in the sky when I got a call today. My daughter from school, she still had about 2 hours of her school day to go through, but she wasn't feeling good. She woke up this morning. She had a bit of she had some sniffling and some sneezing, but I took her temperature, and her temperature was normal. So I'm like, well, let's go to school, because the threshold at the school is 100.4. If your child's temperature is north of 100, or if it's at 100.4 or higher, then they don't want you to bring your child to school. So her temperature was normal, and so I took her to school, and then I got a call around 12:30, I think, from the nurse's office at school. Her teacher had brought her down to the nurse's office because her teacher could see she just wasn't acting her normal vivacious self. She's very outgoing and very demonstrative and very vivacious. And so she brought her down to the nurse's office. The nurse took her temperature. One ear was 99. The other ear, because I guess they take it in the ear, was 100. So she called me and said, she doesn't have to go home now, but I think she'd be more comfortable at home. And she said, yeah, are you able to come and pick her up? I said, yep, I'm retired. I can pick her up anytime she's not feeling well, or anytime that I might be required to pick her up. I can just basically drop what I'm doing and come and pick her up. So that's what I did. I went and picked her up. She's got we temped her before she went to bed. It's still around like 99.5 on her temperature. So we gave her some cough medicine, congestion medicine. And hopefully she doesn't get up at 6 a.m, go sit on the toilet with a book because she's reading at about 5th grade level. She's in kindergarten. She's reading at about 5th grade level. And she likes to go in and sit on the toilet with a book and read like her old man. And so, hopefully tomorrow morning she wakes up, and I told her, if you have to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, wash your hands, and go back to bed. Get as much rest as you can, because that's going to help you feel better. So hopefully she'll listen to her dad. Okay, so we were in flight familiarization. What's that gonna do? Can I go to... Go to settings options. General options, sound. Turn the sound down a little bit. Is there music in the game? Music, yeah. Don't know if the music is, I don't know if it's copyright, so. Warnings, we'll leave those a little higher, like 70. Other aircraft, we'll go down to 40. Environment, we can go down to 70, I guess. Maybe 60. User interface, 50. No music. So let's apply it and save that. Let's go back. Let's go into back. Go back to flight training. Let's go here to basic handling, familiarization. So my thing is going to be using the controller. I might have to adjust the controller.
I've got to say, you chose a great day to go flying. This session, we'll get started with some basic controls. Sound good?
Sure. You're the boss.
First things first, let's get familiar with your surroundings. Out your side windows, you can see we have great visibility over Sedona today.
Control left or control right? Control left? Control left what? Oh.
This is Red Rock territory. Beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
But see if you can spot the Sedona airport. The runway should be a pretty easy landmark to find.
Okay.
There you go. Visual confirmation on the airport.
I was going to use I thought I was using the controller. Okay, enjoy the view, huh? Okay. Oh, there's the airport. I thought the airport was down down in the middle of that gray area. It looked like there was a main street or something there. Oh, there's the airport. Okay. Gotcha. Next step in 0.3 nautical miles. 0.2. 0.1.
We already talked about basic controls while we were on the ground. Time to see how it all feels in the air. The aircraft is currently set to a cruise attitude. The position it should be in for regular flight.
How do I know that?
Now let's try banking into a turn by moving the yoke. I'll go first.
So how do I know what my angle of attack is? Oh, 30 degrees. It said no more than a 30-degree turn.
As a general rule, you always want to keep your turns under 30 degrees.
Okay. That was a 30-degree turn, okay.
Go ahead and try rolling to the right.
Turn right.
You have controls. Turn right, toward the city of Sedona.
Okay, well, the controller's not working. I don't know why. Oh, I turned right like this, right? No. Okay, well, let's go back out then, because I don't know why the I don't know why the controller's not working. It said it was set up. It was set up. Oh, brother. It's always something. These games, it's always something. Okay, it says Xbox wireless controller is connected. In the game, what do we want to do? We want to go to options. We want to go to control options. We want to go to controller, right? Yeah. Description. Okay, why isn't it connected? Mouse, keyboard, controller. All right, well, this may be. Okay. It's always something. I don't know why it says it's connected. Remove device. Okay, now let's add it back in. Add device. Controller. That's the one. Try connecting the device again. Connecting. I did this earlier today. This is just kind of ridiculous. I did this earlier today. I connected it. I was using it. Unbelievable. You got to be kidding me. Now it's connected. Okay, your device is ready to go. All right, now, does it show up? I just lost 3% on the controller. 3% power on the controller. Okay, controller. And it doesn't show up in here. Okay, let's go back. Plug and play. I tell you what I'm going to do. Let's try this. Let's try this. Can I just go back home here? Thank you. Let's just quit to the desktop. I tell you, this stuff is so frustrating. I just played with this today, this afternoon. I just played with the controller. This afternoon, I was using the controller when I had to stop and go pick up my daughter. I had the controller in my hand. I have it right down here at my desk because I was using it. It was connected. It was working. And now it doesn't want to work. Checking for updates. This got the same thing today. So it shouldn't need to update. Just got these notifications when I was starting up earlier. Okay, so let's go to options, controllers, controller profile. There it is. Sure. Simple. Why didn't it do that before? Why didn't it do that before? So now maybe I can go in here and I can try this and I can... Again, I might need to adjust the controller a little bit because it always seems like you just move these sticks a very little bit. The sticks, you move them a little bit and there's just a huge... you can just move this a millimeter and it's just a huge swing in the actual game.
I've got to say, you chose a great day to go flying.
I did.
This session, we'll get started with some basic controls. Sound good?
You're the boss.
First things first, let's get familiar with your surroundings. Out your side windows, you can see we have great visibility over Sedona today.
Right. Holding. Oh, okay.
This is Red Rock territory. Beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
See if you can spot the Sedona airport. The runway should be a pretty easy landmark to find.
There it is. I thought it was this right here. I
There you
thought
go.
it was that
Visual
strip right there.
confirmation on the airport.
So I'm watching this because I want to see she's going to be doing a 30-degree turn. And she's going to be going from 20 to 30. It looks like she's going to be going from southwest to northwest. So how can you tell?
We already talked about basic controls while we were on the ground. Time to see how it all feels in the air. The aircraft is currently set to a cruise attitude. The position it should be in for regular flight. Alright, now let's try banking into a turn by moving the yoke. I'll go first.
I'm assuming that this right here is showing you, because she's moving to 30. No, that's just the heading or whatever.
Rule, you always want to keep your turns under 30 degrees.
It's got to be this here. Or down here.
Go ahead and try rolling to the right. You have controls. Turn right, toward the city of Sedona. Excellent. As we're flying towards Sedona, let's try climbing up and down.
Okay, up.
Gently pull on the yoke to climb. Give it a try.
Pull back. Hold your picture up to 5 seconds.
That's good. For the descent, is the same principle, except you're pushing on the yoke. Go ahead. Gently pitch down. That's good. Okay, time to find the airport again. Look around, and when you found it, make a turn in that direction.
Make a turn in that direction, okay. Where's the airport? Yeah, there it is, right there. Am I not? There's a marker I'm supposed to be heading towards. And I don't think I'm hitting it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out this way, turn back towards the airport. Hope you have enough gas. So it looks like it's holding its altitude. At what? Oh, the altitude looks like it might be going down a little bit. So let me go try to find that marker. You see there's something like out in the... Yeah, there's the airport. Okay, so...
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle. Now that you're more familiar with the aircraft and the surroundings, the next step is to go deeper into handling and techniques. Soon enough, you'll be able to enjoy trips all on your own.
Okay. So yeah, on that one, let's see, how's my audio coming through? So yeah, on that one, here we go. Yeah, again, I'm not getting a full screen here on my tablet, but I'm not going to worry about it. On that one, I think I was too close to the airport when she said find the airport and turn towards the airport. I was too close to it. So basically I went around. I kind of like, I'm here, and then I make the turn, and I went around that marker. So I had to go back away and make like almost a figure 8 to go back to it. So camera controls, use a quick control. Bank your plane. Do a turn toward the city of Sedona. Pitch up and down. Gently pull and push on the yoke to pitch the plane up and down. What? How come I only got a few points on that one? Oh, let's just go to the training menu. Attitude, pitch. Learn to use the elevators. Attitude refers to the aircraft's nose position relative to the horizon. There are 3 pitch attitudes controlled by the elevator, and in this lesson you will learn to climb, cruise, and descend. In the image to the right, the dashed lines represent where you will see the horizon in your windshield during climb or descent. Okay, cruise, you see the horizon like right there. Okay. Climb, you see the horizon right there. Descent, maybe they'll put these up there for me. You'll also discover the relationship between pitch and speed. Pitching up will cause the speed to decrease, while pitching down makes speed increase. Okay. Notice and remember the horizon position in your windshield for a given altitude.
To help demonstrate pitch, I've drawn 3 lines on the windshield.
Just leave them there.
Notice how the middle line matches the horizon while we're flying level.
Right, pretty much.
This is the cruise attitude. The lower dotted line is the climb attitude, and the upper one is the descent attitude. Let's dig deeper into what that means. Pull back gently on the yoke until the climb attitude line matches the horizon. Then maintain that attitude. According to your altimeter, we're gaining altitude. But we're losing airspeed, proving you can't avoid basic physics while making a climb. Excellent. Now let's level back out. Our speed is increasing and our altitude is stable. That's okay. Push gently on the yoke until the descent attitude line matches the horizon. Then maintain that attitude. As expected, with a nose-down attitude, our altitude is decreasing while our speed is picking up. Great. Okay, bring us back to level flight. Now your speed is decreasing and your altitude is stable. Nice. Try to make only small adjustments to your pitch to avoid overcorrection.
I wonder if you don't necessarily, because I am just barely making the smallest, tiniest touches to the left stick on the controller. I'm wondering if you don't want to change it because in case you need to make like a harder turn at some time, you've got the leeway to do that. But I tell you, I am just barely touching the stick to get it to go up and down like that. Yeah, I don't care about all that. Training menu, let's go back. Oh, I've got to go down here. Turn rolls using the ailerons and rudder. Let me go back real quick and see about maybe changing. Oh. Main menu. Yes. You can go anywhere in the world. Options, controller. Controller profile. So I want to use this one. Hopefully this will work. Sensitivity, that's what I want. Okay, left stick X, left stick Y. Let me try. Let's go out and find Xbox. X controller sensitivity settings for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Side stick sensitivity of 20. Okay, they're saying sensitivity. Side stick dampening simulation. That's for a Phoenix controller. They recommend 75. Yeah, like I said, it's really sensitive. They say plus 75. Oh no, they say 75 on this one too. Try this. Dead zone 30. Neutral 0, extremity 5 and 20. Reactivity 20. Left stick, same on this one. 75. Let's see, 20. So dead zone on this one's 25. Neutral 520. Then left trigger 003 100. And then right stick 0015 100. Now what about the right stick sensitivity? Same? Right stick Y, same 0015 0020 or 100. Right trigger 0 and -30. Dead zone 15. Zero zero 100. Say let graphics HDR10 on. I think I'm going to save this. I'll just save this page to bookmarks bar. And then come back and look at it. This has got a ton of other settings on here too. Let's see. So 75, 75, 25, 0, 5, 20. 75, 75. Left stick X. Oh, 25. 0, 5, 20. Left stick Y. 75, 75, 25, 0, 5, 20. Left trigger. 0, 35, 0, 0, 100, 0. I got this all messed up. 0, 30. Negative 30. Oh, that would have been a swing of 60. It's interesting because in the picture on this site that I'm at, it has, for the dead zone on the left trigger, it has 3%. Down here, it says negative 30% for the sensitivity. Up here, the left trigger, it says sensitivity 0. Okay, so left trigger 0, 35, 0, 0, 100, 0, negative 35, 0, 0, 100. Right stick 0, 0, 15, 0, 0, 100, 15, 0, 0, 100. Right stick Y axis 0, 0, 15, 0, 0, 100. And the right trigger 0, negative 30, 15, 0, 0, 100. Okay, that's done on that. Online recommended settings. Okay, now for the one of the other options it has, apply and save, general options, graphics. For graphics, they say HDR10 on. How do we get HDR10 on? Is that something to do with one of these here? It doesn't tell me how to do that, so I won't make those changes. Go back. Graphics options. I don't know how to turn on HDR10. Maybe my card isn't functional or whatever with that. I don't know. Okay, let's go back to flight training. Let's try this one. To turn, you'll have to move the yoke in the direction you want to go and maintain the side slip ball centered with a small rudder correction. Side slip ball centered. Like for climb or descent, an attitude or position of the horizon on the windshield will help you maintain the desired performances. You can confirm the bank angle with the notches at the top of the attitude indicator. Okay. Each notch represents 10%. So there's 0, 10, 20. So you want me to do a 20-degree turn? Okay. So I got to do a 20-degree turn. Keep the side slip ball centered. To turn, you have to move the yoke in the direction you want to go and maintain the side slip ball centered with a small rudder correction. Maybe she'll tell me how to do this before she... For a perfect turn, coordinate yoke control with rudder to keep the side slip ball centered. Horizon position relative to the aircraft or attitude is important. Yep.
this lesson, we're going to use a line drawn on the windshield to indicate the cruise attitude. I've also added another dotted line to help you bank properly for left turns. Gently move the yoke to the left until the dotted line matches up with the horizon. Then maintain that bank.
A left turn. Ah. Let's see where the ball thing is.
That's good. Watch your altitude. It wasn't constant during the turn. Now let's see you level back out. All right.
Now see,
For the next step, turning to the right, let's see how you do on your own without any markings. At the top of your attitude indicator, there's a series of notches representing 10 degrees each. As a general rule, you always want to keep your turns under 30 degrees. Start banking right until you're lined up with the second notch to the right on the attitude indicator. Then maintain that 20-degree bank while remaining at the same altitude until I ask you to stop.
okay. Okay, trying to get my altitude up.
Nice. Level us back out now.
This is tense. This is tense.
Wow,
See,
great job.
I can't see down here. I can't see because the yoke is in the way. The yoke is in the way, so I can't see that ball thing that I'm supposed to keep. Okay, 20. Level back out, turn right. Wow, look at that. Almost got 4,000 on that one. All right. All right. Power settings, the basics of power management. The throttle is a command to adjust the aircraft power setting displayed on the RPM tachometer. Where's my audio? My audio is a little bit low, so I think I'll pull this in a little bit closer. Like so. Is that better? Yeah, okay. I gotta try to sit back. I gotta try to relax. Can't be so tense. In this exercise, you will maintain the same cruise attitude and increase the RPM to see the effect of power change on the airspeed and altitude. Okay. Make sure to maintain the same attitude to observe the effect of power changes. Reduce the RPM to start a descent.
Let's talk about the throttle. If you have the need for speed, then the throttle's for you. Full control over the power output of the engine. In the Cessna 152, that relates directly to the RPM displayed on the tachometer. Pull back on the throttle to reduce RPM to 1800.
Yeah, set RPM 1800 RPM by reducing power holding B. Holding B. I can't see it because it's underneath the thing here. It's underneath the window. Where's 1800? Oh, I'm already...
Look how your speed and altitude are also decreasing.
Going down.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's throttle back up to 2400 RPM.
Oop. Came at like 25. Okay, let's see. I want a dashboard like a car. It tells me it's got a digital display that says, okay, your RPMs are 2400.
Your speed is increasing now. As long as you maintain the same attitude, your altitude will keep climbing as well.
As long as you maintain the same attitude, your
Keep
altitude.
working on it, you'll get better. I think a bit more practice may be a good idea.
Me too. Ew. Set RPM accurately while maintaining the cruise attitude line on the horizon. Set accurately. Okay, well, the thing is that, first of all, this window was over the tachometer, or whatever it's called. I mean, the window was over
Let's
this.
talk about the throttle. If you have the need for speed, then the throttle's for you. Full control over the power output of the engine. In the Cessna 152, that relates directly to the RPM displayed on the tachometer.
Right.
Pull back on the throttle to reduce RPM to 1800.
See, I feel like in It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, where
Look how your speed and altitude are also decreasing.
yep, my altitude, I can see it when I do it.
That's okay. Okay, let's throttle back up to 2400 RPM.
So it says hold it. It says hold
Your
it.
speed is increasing now. As
Yeah.
long as you maintain the same attitude, your altitude will keep climbing as well.
Vertical speed.
Nice.
Okay, she liked it.
I think a bit more practice may be a good idea.
I think so too. Like maybe 10 times. I'm still getting a C. Well, it's better though, right? The reduced throttle. See, it says hold. Hold B to reduce the throttle. Well, the thing, if you hold it too long, it drops it like way below 1800. Tachometer. Maintain the same cruise attitude and increase the RPM to see the effect of power change on the airspeed and altitude. So attitude is the way that the plane is addressing the horizon. That's attitude. And then altitude is up and down, right? That's a tachometer. Yeah, the first time I did this,
Let's talk about the throttle.
the
If you
window was
have
like
the
right
need
over
for
this.
speed, then the throttle's for you. Full control over the power
Airspeed,
output of the engine. In the Cessna
vertical
152,
speed.
that relates directly to the RPM displayed on the tachometer.
Right.
Pull back on the throttle to reduce RPM to 1800.
So now if you hold the B button for too long, it's going to drop down to like 15 or 1,000.
Look how your speed and altitude are also decreasing.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Excellent. Nice.
Okay, let's throttle back up to 2400 RPM. Your speed is increasing now. As long as you maintain the same attitude, your altitude will keep climbing as well. Nice.
Not excellent, but
That
nice.
was excellent.
Okay, good.
With piston planes like this Cessna, it's common to have power targets defined in RPM.
Okay. Well, that might be my best score almost overall for the whole thing. Oh, it shows you. I didn't even see this down here. Straight and level flight. Managing trim for smooth flight. Familiar yourself with the attitude, pitch, and power relationship. Changing one or both will result in a difference in speed, altitude, or heading. Attitude and power equals performance. You will also discover the trim wheel to help you maintain a desired attitude. Accelerate, decelerate at a level attitude. Refine aircraft handling skills. Okay, so here we have the airspeed indicator. This is the vertical speed indicator. That's the heading. 3 equals 30 degrees. Okay. Attitude indicator. Yep, know that one. Altimeter. Tachometer. Control instruments. Performance instruments. So the altimeter, the vertical speed, the airspeed, and the heading are performance instruments. The attitude and the tachometer are control instruments. Trim helps you maintain a desired attitude, which is your relationship to the horizon.
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We are currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM. Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet.
Okay, so I don't have those lines anymore. Where's my altitude? 5,500 feet. Well, it says that I'm at 40.
Go ahead, lower your RPM RPM to 2,000 while maintaining 5,500 feet.
Okay, I'll do my best. 2,000. I gotta. No.
Go ahead, lower your RPM to 2,000 while maintaining 5,500 feet. Great. You
Oh.
probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Mm-hmm.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag
Right.
the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop. Maintain altitude at 5,500 feet using L. Okay, it's going up again. Gotta give it a little more.
Try it out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
Add trim to stop pulling on the yoke using right bumper and R.
Try it out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
All right, stick.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Right.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Drag the trim
Try
up.
adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay, add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper plus the right.
You put your plane in a dangerous
I
situation.
know I did. Stall. It's gonna stall.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You
Right.
could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
Right.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Using left. Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using the right bumper and the right stick.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
I'm holding the right bumper and pulling the right stick down.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Right.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
Right.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
So it's just like a smooth move. Just do this. Okay.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Come on, game.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay. Add trim. I'm at 5,500 feet right now. Right bumper and right stick.
You put your plane in a dangerous
come
situation.
on, game. So I have to let go of the stick, right?
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
I need to let go of the right
You
stick.
could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's
I need
not
to
really
let go
a
of the
precise
yoke,
means of control.
right?
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Okay, so just quit pulling on
Try
the
adding
yoke.
trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Maintain altitude at 5,500 feet. Okay, add trim to stop pulling on the yoke using right bumper and right stick. What's the difference? What's the difference? You're having to pull on the right stick and hold another button down. What's the difference?
Nice.
No, I don't
Put
get
your
it.
plane in a dangerous situation.
You said nice. I
You
thought we were
probably
done.
noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay, maintain altitude at 5,500 feet using the left. Okay, I'm doing that, right? Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using the right bumper and the right stick. So instead of holding onto the yoke with the left, I have
Try it
to,
out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
yeah, I need to hold the bumper and pull the right yoke. I have to use two buttons instead of one. That doesn't make any sense. How is that helping me? How is that helping me? And it's making me wobble, wibble, wobble, back and forth, wibble, wobble, back and forth. I'm putting the plane in a dangerous situation. Ooh.
You put your plane in a
Yeah,
dangerous
I mean,
situation.
come on. What's the point? What's the point?
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Yeah, but
Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
add trim to stop. Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and
Try it out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
I don't get this at all. I'm turning. I don't want to turn. Oop.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Okay. Well, let's go.
You probably noticed, to maintain
You
altitude,
probably
you need
noticed
to
I'm going
pitch
to
the
go out
nose
and
up.
check Google to find out what I'm doing wrong
You could just keep pulling
because
on the yoke to
it
hold
doesn't make
steady,
any
but
sense.
that's not really a precise
So,
means of
Flight
control.
Simulator 2020.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't
What's
need
the
to
name of
push
this
or pull on
called?
the yoke. Drag the trim down
Trim the
when you need to
aircraft.
set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle. Try it out. Keep working on it. You'll get better.
First set cruise power. The amount of throttle
You're not
mixture
high enough.
appropriate for your airplane and the speed you're aiming for. Then trim the plane.
You're not high enough.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's like you're using,
You're not high enough.
yeah, you're using, and look at this again. Like, get
You're
off
not
of the
high enough.
tachometer. I need to be able to see the tachometer. Where's my
You're
altitude?
not high enough.
Oh yeah, I'm way, way, way down there, aren't I? Let's just start over. Let's go back to restart. But I don't understand the point of trim, okay? I'm controlling the attitude of the plane with the left stick, the yoke. Now they want me to, so that's using one button, the stick, the left stick. Now they want me to use the right stick and hold the bumper down. How is that supposed to help? I'm going from how is that supposed to be easier? I'm going from using one button to having to press down another button and use the other stick. I don't get it. What's the point of that?
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We're currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM.
Right. I see it.
Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining
I already did this
5,500
one.
feet.
I already did this one. I already did that one. Welcome anybody who is in the channel. Hey Sirloin, how's it going? Nice to see you. Yeah, trying to learn this. I just downloaded this today. It's available on Game Pass, and it looks like a really relaxing game. Like once you can learn it and stuff, but just to get into it, it's like just to learn it. It's like yeah, this is not easy at all. Um, so I'm in flight training. I mean, I'm doing okay. But I don't understand the point of this trim thing. I really don't. I don't get it. Familiarize yourself with the attitude, pitch, and power relationship. Changing one or both will result in a difference in speed, altitude, or heading. Attitude and power equals performance. Attitude, which is right here, and power equals performance. Okay. But it says those are control instruments. That's weird. Attitude indicator, power equals performance. But it says that those are control instruments. It says the blue ones are the performance instruments. You'll also discover the trim wheel to help you maintain a desired attitude. Accelerate, decelerate at a level attitude, refine aircraft handling skills. I don't get it. Attitude and power equals performance. Trim helps you maintain a desired attitude.
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We're currently currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon, and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM.
Maybe just press the right bumper one time.
Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet.
Okay, so we're going to reduce power.
Great. You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Mm-hmm.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Okay. So I think maybe the right
Try
bumper
adding
just...
trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay, so maybe just press this and then use the right stick. Nope. Gotta hold this down.
Try it out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
Doing it. Oh, great. No.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I know I
Probably
did.
noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose
You
up.
think? I was passing
Could just
out.
keep pulling on the yoke to hold
Looks like I
steady,
was
but that's not
passing
really a
out.
precise means of control.
Looked like I was passing out.
Probably better to adjust your trim
I
wheel
was like,
until you don't need
wee.
to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up.
Okay.
Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay, add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and the right stick. This is what I get. I get into a swinging back and forth thing here. No, no, go up, go up. I get to it. It just swings back and forth. It swings.
You put your plane in a
It just
dangerous
swings back and
situation.
forth. I don't like controllers, to be honest with you. I do not like
Probably noticed,
using
to
controllers.
maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady.
So what's wrong
but
with
that's
that?
not really a precise means of control.
What's wrong with holding onto the yoke?
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Where's the trim wheel? I want to find the trim wheel.
Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using the right bumper and the right stick.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
See, I let go of the yoke. It says let go of the yoke.
Probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not
I
really
don't
a
get it.
precise
I don't
means
get
of
it.
control.
I thought trim was like really
Probably better
supposed to help
adjust your
you.
trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
I just selected course. No, I don't
Try
want to do
adding
that.
trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on yoke. Right bumper and right stick. Oh.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
I'm never going to get through
You
this.
probably noticed, to
I'm
maintain
never gonna get
altitude,
through
you need
this
to
one.
Pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady.
So what's wrong with
but
that?
That's not really a precise means of control.
What is wrong with... What is...
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Pitch trim. Hold to lock.
Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500
Adjust pitch trim.
feet without
Move
increasing
axis Y to
throttle.
interact. Move axis Y to
You
interact.
put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, whatever.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a
So I
precise
don't
means of
get.
control.
I mean, I'm looking.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and right stick. I overcompensate. And then I start swinging around. I go up too far, and then I go down too far. And then I go down too far. I go up too far, and I go down too far. See? Kind of like up and down, up and down, up and down. I don't get this. Why am I doing it this way? Why am I doing it this way instead of just using the yoke? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the point of this. I don't get it. I don't get the point. What is the point of this? The only reason I know I'm doing any good is when it turns green. Then I know, okay, I'm good. See? Oh, too much, too much, too much, too much. Because I just keep bouncing around. I can do this for the rest of the night. The rest of the evening I can do it this way.
You put your plane in a
Oh,
dangerous
come
situation.
on, game.
You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Frustrating.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady.
I could keep pulling
but
on the
that's
yoke, or I
not
could just
really
hit the
precise
exit
means of
button.
control.
Exit to desktop.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Move axis Y to interact.
Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle. You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
You put your plane in a dangerous... No, you put your plane in a
noticed,
dangerous
to maintain
situation,
altitude,
lady,
you
because
need to pitch the
you
nose
know I
up.
don't know what I'm doing. It's obvious I don't know
Could
what
just
I'm
keep
doing.
pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of
It's
control.
more precise means of
Probably better
control
to
than trying to
adjust your
trim the
wheel until you
aircraft. What's
don't
the
need to
point
push or
of
pull on the
this?
yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and the right stick. Okay.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Because I let go of the throttle. I'm supposed to let go of the yoke. I'm supposed to
Probably
let go of the
noticed, to
yoke.
maintain altitude,
It
you
says
need to
stop
pitch
holding the
nose up.
yoke.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke
Get
to hold
it.
steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
It's more precise than
Probably
what you're
better
trying to get me to
adjust your
do.
trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
I don't even know if this is working or not. I really don't.
Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and the right stick. I'm still pulling on the
You
yoke.
put your plane in
I'm
a
still
dangerous
pulling on the
situation.
yoke. Get out of here. Setting trim for level flight. I'm having trouble with this basic skill. Join the club. Let's set the scenario. I let go of the joystick and the airplane tilts downward. I pull back on the joystick to get level and press nose up trim a few times. I then release the joystick. The attitude is always going up or down by looking at the VSI. I keep repeating but never get it right. I can never get it near zero. Trimming sucks in Flight Simulator. This was like 3 years ago. There's no force feedback on the stick like in real life, which makes it easier to fine tune. Just activate autopilot for a second and deactivate again. Done. You're trimmed for level flight. Works well for ASC, DESC as well. Trimming in Flight Simulator has nothing to do with real flying. Elevator trim axis 0 to 100% to one of your keys or buttons. This sets the trim for takeoff or cruise. I'm not sure which. Either way, it is 0 trim. And after that, you can set whatever trim you need. I use this all the time for setting takeoff trim and for resetting the trim after turning the autopilot off in flight. Works really well for me, and I hope for you too. Cheers. Watching a video. Okay, well, let's see. A 7-minute video on cruise flight and trimming, and I haven't heard anything about the cruise flight and trimming yet. Mm. Sorry. I'm still here. Right. 'Kay. So, core 4 hit 91. Um, let's go to, I go back. How do I go back? Options. I want to do options. General options. Let's do graphics. Let's knock this down a little bit. See how this changes in Twitch. There you go. All right, so anti-aliasing resolution VSync latency direct version, advanced settings. Isn't there like a Isn't there like a setting that you can do? Isn't there like a setting that you can do just to go, okay, I want it set at medium. I want the setting set at medium. Just like one setting. Display mode full screen. Let's see. Okay, let's go back to NVIDIA DLSS uses AI super resolution to provide the highest possible frame rates at maximum graphics settings. DLSS requires an NVIDIA RTX graphics card, which is what I got. Let's see. Directional localized anti-aliasing, fast approximate anti-aliasing. I don't know what that means. Super resolution quality, balanced performance. How would we do balanced? It's quality, balanced performance, ultra performance, DLAA. Just do quality or balanced or auto. Let's just do auto. That's fine. Everything's on high. Okay. Now something in something that I just saw, the person said to try to get this to 0, your vertical speed to 0. So, but I don't understand the whole idea of trim. I thought trim was where you got it to a certain point and then you set it. You set your control surfaces, you set them and kind of set and forget. But that's not how it's working out. It's like she's like, got to keep at it, keep at it. Don't put your plane into dangerous situation.
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We're currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon, and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM. Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet. That's okay. You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Got it.
You could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
Why not?
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
Okay,
Try
here
adding
we
trim
go
to keep
again.
us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on the yoke. Okay. Now, do I just press this down?
Try it out. Trim the aircraft to maintain 5,500 feet.
Okay, I'm pulling on the right bumper and using the right stick.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Oh, come on, game. That's what I got to do. I got to look for that. I have to look for that. Um, trim the aircraft. You put your plane in a dangerous situation. I like what that person said right at the beginning of it, of that one page. And and the person said that in Microsoft Flight Simulator, trim setting the trim is really wonky. He said it's not like in real life. In Microsoft, it says, I still cannot find it. This is on Reddit. In 8 months ago, I still cannot find a good answer to this question. First, I know how to trim aircraft, real and sims. In FSX, I could trim the aircraft in any situation with the joystick controls or keyboard with no problems. In Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, no matter which aircraft I am flying, this is not the case. I would like to use the joystick controls to trim it, but if it works at all on the keyboard, I would even do that just to be able to trim it. But if I put in nose up or down trim within a 20 to 30 seconds, I see it's coming back out, and hence the aircraft will start a climb or descent. The trim input will not stay put where it will hold the aircraft straight and level. What am I missing here? Yeah, really. There's an auto trim function in the assistant settings. It could be that, but I'm not sure why it would be trimming you into the ground. Is this happening with all aircraft? Yes, all aircraft. And I checked auto assist and no auto trim is on in that drop down list. I can trim it and then watch the trim run back to take off green position, which is no good for level flight in other power settings. Ah, brother. That's what I thought trim was. You trim the airplane, and it looks like they want you to do it in the game using the right bumper. And I'm gonna go back in the game and see main menu. I guess control options. I could have gone there first. Assisted yoke. AI auto trim. Just whether you want trim controls to be assisted to maintain level flight while cruising during free flight and supported activities. Note that some activities will restrict the number of supported assistance features to ensure competitive balance. Assisted controller sensitivity. Apply sensitivity tweaks to the yoke commands, allowing for easier control when using an Xbox controller. Do I want that on? It's set to on. I've already set the sensitivity, so I think I want that off, right? Just whether you want trim controls to be assisted to maintain level flight while cruising. I mean, really? Let's see, there's no auto trim function in the assistant settings. And no auto trim is on in the drop down list. Sounds like you have auto trim enabled, which can mess up your own. Auto trim's not enabled. So let's see if just changing that function with assisted controller sensitivity. Since I've already done that. I don't know. Be a shame if I can't get past this. You know? Okay. It's really frustrating. Ugh.
In this lesson, let's take a look at the relationship between attitudes and power settings. Attitude plus power equals performance. We're currently at 5,500 feet in a cruise attitude. The aircraft's nose is positioned under the horizon, and cruise power is at 2,300 RPM. Try to reduce power to 2,000 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet. Great. You probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up. You
Right.
could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
Right.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
5,500 feet using the left. Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using the right. I'm at 7,000 feet though. That's the problem. And I gotta go down. Gotta lose some altitude. See? I wind up... I'm using both of them now. I'm using the left stick and the right stick and the right bumper. Because I'm trying to steer the plane and... Gosh, I don't like controllers. I don't like them. Sam, I am. I just keep bouncing around, keep bouncing around. I thought this was supposed to... You're supposed to be able to set the trim, and it would just automatically just set the trim. Okay, this is where your ailerons need to be or whatever to maintain this. To maintain this is where you have to be.
You put your plane in a dangerous
Oh,
situation.
come on, game. Give me a
You
break.
probably noticed, to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
Yeah, well, why do you
You
have...
could just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control.
Right.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Add trim to stop pulling on yoke using right bumper and right stick. Yeah, I wound up bouncing all over the.
You put your plane
Yeah,
in
I
a
mean,
dangerous
I'm up
situation.
and I'm down. I'm up and I'm down. It's like, what is the point?
You probably noticed to maintain
What's the
altitude, you
point?
need to pitch the nose up.
Yeah, I'm
You
fine.
could
I'm
just
fine
keep
with that.
pulling on the yoke
Hold
to
the
hold
yoke.
steady, but
No,
that's
we
not
want you to
really a
use 3
precise
different
means of
buttons now
control.
to do this.
Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down.
I'm going to forget everything that I've learned up to this
Try
point.
adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing
I'm going to
throttle.
forget everything that I've learned today on the previous like 6 or 7 lessons. I'm going to forget it because I'm so focused on trying to remember this and do this. See? Here we go. Bouncing up and down. Bouncing up and down. Bouncing up and down. Trying to maintain control. Down, go down. Now go up. Now go down. Now go up. Now go down. Now go up. Now go up. Go up. Go up. Go up. Now don't go up too far. Go down. Okay. No, go down. Go up. Go up. Okay. Down. Go down. 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 Up. 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 Down. Down. Up. 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 Down. Down. Up. 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 Down. Down. Now, how long do I have to do this for? You know, how long do I have to do this for? Ridiculous. I'm not even using the yoke anymore. I'm letting go of the yoke. This is supposed to set the trim. Set the trim, game. Set the trim. Set the trim. Set the trim, game. Set the trim. Set it.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Oh man, I'm so
You
done with
probably
this.
noticed to maintain altitude, you need to pitch the nose up.
I don't want that
You could
visible.
just keep pulling on the yoke to hold steady, but that's not really a precise means of control. Probably better to adjust your trim wheel until you don't need to push or pull on the yoke. Drag
Yeah.
the trim down when you need to set the nose up. Drag it up to set the nose down. Try adding trim to keep us at 5,500 feet without increasing throttle.
Okay.
Keep working on it, you'll get better.
I'm using this down here from now on.
You're not high enough.
Okay. Going up.
Increase power to 2,300 RPM while maintaining 5,500 feet. Get us back to a cruise attitude.
Okay.
That's good. Now, adjust the trim.
The 2.1.
All right. You did well, but you can do better. The way I was taught, when you adjust the trim, you make course changes at first to remove pressure on the yoke. Then
Right.
small adjustments to find the perfect setting to keep your desired attitude. If you
That-
feel your pitch slipping and need to get back to the proper attitude, don't worry. Just pull on the yoke, then dial in the right trim. That's the key to straight and level flight.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what the key was? getting rid of that stupid controller. Just use the controls. I knew there was a thing you had to set because I played this before and I knew there was a thing you had to set. You have to set the trim. That's what they were talking about. Set the trim, set the trim. Well, holding down the right bumper and the right bumper while using the right stick wasn't setting anything. Yeah, it wasn't setting anything. Attitude test. Review the skills learned in previous lessons. I've told you, I forgot everything. I just forgot everything. In this test, we will review the attitudes by combining a climb and a turn. We will then review the power settings in straight and level flight by reducing the power while maintaining the heading and altitude. Yeah. Throttle. Elevators, airspeed, altitude. Ailerons, lift and direction. Rudder, directional balance. Power plus attitude equals performance. Okay, here we go. Tell you what though, if they want me to set the thing again, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the I'm going to get rid of the yoke in the middle of the I'm going to get rid of the yoke. Get rid of it.
The art of maneuvering a plane through the air isn't a mystery to you anymore. Now it's time to test the skills you've learned.
Okay.
As you can see, we're cruising at 6,000 feet on a north heading of 360 degrees. Start by descending to 5,500 feet while maintaining a northerly heading.
6,000 feet. Where's my altitude thing? Right here, right? Altitude encoder equipped. Where's my altitude thing? Heading north using the left stick. Where's
When you
north?
feel ready, start descending.
Where's my thing? Okay, I'm heading north. All right, I'm starting to descend. It says I'm at 6,000 feet. This is 9,000 feet.
When you feel ready, start descending.
Okay, descend to 5,500 feet using the left stick.
While descending, reduce throttle to avoid overspeed.
Okay, we're going to reduce the throttle. Okay, well, help me out here.
That's good. Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Turn to south heading using left stick. Gotta go what? 20?
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Oh. Climb to 6,000 feet. Oh, I'm sorry. I started my turn already.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I am climbing. You see? You see this thing right here? That's me climbing. Okay, now I can do my turn. South heading. Okay. Okay. Okay, I was at 6,000 feet. Okay, well, let's see if it's going to let me do this. I'm at 30 already. Okay. I'm going to south. Right. Okay. I'm at 6,000 feet. Right? I'm at 6,000 feet. Hmm. Because my altitude's at 6,000. I might have to do this one again. Going down. That thing. When you descend, it says you want to bleed off some speed. You don't want to go too fast. Because I'm at 6,000 feet. Okay, I'm at 6,000 feet, game. Climb to 6,000 feet. Right? And that's time 6,000 feet? Let's start over again. Okay. I didn't climb to 6,000 feet first, so it's going to ding me. I said to climb to 6,000 feet first. Okay, game.
The art of maneuvering a plane through the air isn't a
This is
mystery
so
to you
tense,
anymore.
man. I'm like all
Now it's time to test the
muscles all
skills
through
you've
here,
learned.
man. Just like,
As you can see, we're cruising at 6,000 feet on a north heading of
yeah. So why do I have to
360
climb to
degrees.
6,000 feet? I'm already at 6,000 feet. What are you
Start by
talking
descending
about?
to 5,500 feet while maintaining a northerly heading.
Okay, I'm north. I am going to bleed off some speed, like you said. And then I'm going to descend.
While descending, reduce throttle to avoid overspeed.
I did reduce my throttle. I'm maintaining the heading. Northerly heading. But now I'm not because the game is like... Okay, so now descend to 5,500 feet. Okay, maintain
That's
altitude.
okay. Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading.
Okay.
On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
All right. I'm at full power. Okay, let's climb. And then turn. Okay, it's not... I'm at 6,000 feet, and it's not turning it green. I already climbed to 6,000 feet. Be nice if there was a backlit display here. Okay. I'm at 6,000 feet, game. What do you want me to do next? What do you want me to do next? I'm at 6,000 feet. What do you want me to do next, game? Come on. Give it to me. I'm at 6,000 feet. Right? I'm at 6,000 feet right there. I'm south and 6,000 feet. Okay. Okay, I'm going down. I don't want to overspeed, so I got to go a little bit slower. I don't want to overspeed as I lose altitude. I'm going south. I'm heading south. I got to go down to 6,000 feet. Now I'm not going south anymore. Okay, so I got to climb to 6,000. Now, see, I don't know why that has not changed. When I climb to 6,000 feet, it hasn't changed to green. Okay. Okay, game, what do you want me to do? I think these things are broken. Oh, no, I don't want you to go that way. I want to go that way. Okay, maintain heading south. Okay. But my airspeed at what, 0, right? Gotta go down. It's interesting because it says you need airspeed to get up to 6,000 feet. But if you give it too much airspeed, you're going to start gaining too much altitude. Why isn't this... Why turn while climbing? Oh,
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
mm-hmm.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading.
Okay.
On the Cessna 152, you need full power to
You have to
climb
do them
effectively.
together.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I am starting the climb. I think. Okay, let's just end it.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle. Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively. You can start the climb when you're ready.
I am climbing. Okay. I did it. I did it, right? I did it, game? Let, let's start over.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
Gosh.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
I know I do. I had a feeling I would. Am I going more than 30 degrees? No, let's go to 20. No, I gotta go up more.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Yeah, I can start the climb when I'm ready. I'm ready, okay?
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I'm climbing. Turn while climbing. I'm doing it. Didn't you see that climb, lady? I just did the climb. Wanted me to do the climb. I did the climb. There's something there's something else down here that shows up that you don't really see what it says.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
Yeah, there's an objective
Now
that
climb
shows
to
up.
6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Okay, I'm trying to do it at 20 degrees. Climb to 6,000. You can start your turn anytime you want.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Okay, it's going up, lady. It's going up. You see that? Or maybe I'm just reading that wrong. Am I reading that wrong?
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I'm climbing.
You put your plane in a dangerous situation. Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
You can start your climb when you're ready. I'm climbing. You see I'm climbing. It's going up. The altitude's going up. You see that? Climb to 6,000 feet.
When you're ready.
I'm climbing. I was climbing till I looked over at the thing. Meanwhile, I'll turn to a south heading using... I'm at, what, 30 degrees now.
You can start the climb when you're ready. You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
You put me in a dangerous situation.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Don't tell me to start my climb. My altitude's going up.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
My altitude is going up. Set the trim. Get that out of here.
You put your plane in a
Dangerous situation. You put your plane in a dangerous situation.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
At my full power. I'm going to say it right here. It's going to say,
You can start the climb
yeah,
when you're ready.
you can start the climb when you're ready. I'm climbing. This better not be another thing where it's like, you know, you have to do this. You have to use this control or that control to get it to go up. Okay, I'm at 6,000 feet, right? I'm at 6,000 feet. Trying to stay on south heading. Not easy, because the thing likes to float around here. Why? Because I'm using a controller. And I've actually taken the controller settings. I need to reduce the throttle. So you're starting to drift away from south.
You've left the training airspace. You need to go back. Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
Mm-hmm.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading.
Turn
On
while
the Cessna
climbing.
152, you need full power
Okay, the
to
goal
climb
is to
effectively.
turn. Turn while climbing. It's not climb while turning, it's turn while climbing. So I am turning. I am climbing, I mean. And I'm also turning. I don't want to climb anymore.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
Oh man, this is... Trying to use a controller
Now
for
climb
this
to
is like...
6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Full power, Rudolph.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I am starting to climb. I'm ready. Oh man, I'm way too far.
Make sure any control
I'm
movements
way
are soft
past.
and gentle.
I was way past 30 degrees. I'm like 45
Now climb to
degrees.
6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively. You can start the climb when you're ready.
Okay. I think the altimeter's going up. I think that would indicate that I'm climbing. Think. Not sure.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Right. Right, got it. Oh, I'm already past south.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
I was way past south. What time is it?
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Climb to 6,000 feet using... Okay, using this.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Right. Pulling back and turning, and pulling back and turning. Pulling back and turning. I'm at 30 degrees.
You can start the climb when you're ready.
I am. I'm ready. But you don't seem to be ready. Eat.
Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle.
Soft and gentle.
Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively.
Maybe I'm messing it up by doing that. Start your turn. Start your...
You can start the climb when you're ready. Make sure any control movements are soft and gentle. Now climb to 6,000 feet and turn to a south heading. On the Cessna 152, you need full power to climb effectively. You can start the climb when you're ready.
I'm climbing. See? It's going up between the 4 and the 5 there. See?
You can start the climb when you're ready.
Oh. I'm at 6,000 feet. I've started my climb. Oh, man. Going south. Head south. Okay, I'm maintaining south, right? I'm maintaining south. Now I gotta climb. I think I want to do this though. I want to trim it, right? What I want to do is I want to lose some airspeed down a little bit. Setting trim for level flight. I need to go south. I got to set the trim for level flight at 6,000 feet. Okay, I got to go this way. Veering off course there, guy.
You've left the training airspace. You need to go back.
Oh, come on. I'll go back.
Make sure any control
I mean,
movements are soft and gentle.
are these all these things like really necessary? I mean, do you have to like complete all this? Or can I just go, okay, I want to skip to the next one? Okay. That's it? Basic handling? Okay. How about takeoffs and landings? Let's try to learn that. If I'm going to crash the plane, I'm going to crash the plane. Okay, one essential skill before flying in the sky is to taxi an aircraft. A training session dedicated to familiarize you with rolling and steering an aircraft on the ground. Use the rudder pedals to steer the aircraft. Control rolling speed with throttle and brakes. Taxi to the holding point of runway 21 and stop. Okay, holding lines here. Taxi centerway line here. Taxiway location. Okay, runway holding 21. Hopefully they'll train me. Excuse me.
Let's take a moment to talk about taxiing.
Okay.
Taxiing refers to moving the aircraft on the ground under its own power. In particular, getting from the ramp out to the hold short point on the edge of the runway. Steering on the ground is managed through the rudder pedals. That's right, unlike driving a car, we turn by using our feet. Okay, ready? With the throttle idle, release your parking brake.
Okay. How do I do that? Tell me, up here. Okay, why was that
Release
off?
the parking brake. Okay. Now, gently increase throttle to get the aircraft moving. Go easy on your throttle. Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway. As you increase power, watch the tachometer and make sure to stay around 1000 RPM.
Oh, is this the taxiway here?
Unfortunately, one of your wheels crossed out of the taxiway.
Oh, man.
Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway.
Can I go
As you
outside
increase
the
power,
plane?
watch the tachometer and make sure to stay around
Oh,
1000
turn left on
RPM.
the taxiway by holding right trigger, left trigger. Okay.
Now test the brakes. Good. Brakes checked. Taxi to the next exit, then come to a stop.
Oh,
Remember to control your speed with throttle and brakes. See the crossing in front of us? Stop before.
let's restart because I didn't do the right thing to do the brake. I hit the left D-pad button instead of the X. I'm ready to drive, not ready to fly.
Let's take a moment to talk about taxiing. Taxiing refers to moving the aircraft on the ground under its own power. In particular, getting from the ramp out to the hold short point on the edge of the runway. Steering on the ground is managed through the rudder pedals. That's right, unlike driving a car, we turn by using our feet. Okay, ready? With the throttle idle, release your parking brake.
Okay, with the rudder throttle idle. Okay, so... Oh, I gotta do this again? Okay.
Release the parking brake.
Yep.
Okay. Now, gently increase throttle to get the aircraft moving.
So basically what you do is you hold A to increase the throttle, but if you hold it like a split second too long, it just shoots it through the roof. Here we go.
Go easy on your throttle. Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway. As you increase power, watch the tachometer and make sure to stay around 1000 RPM.
Oh, they're gonna tell me.
Now test the brakes. Watch your speed. Unfortunately, one of
Watch
your
your
wheels
speed.
crossed out of the taxiway.
Watch your speed, it says. Watch your speed. Watch your speed increase when you're not even holding down the A button. Watch your speed. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm not increasing the throttle, but the throttle's like
Let's take a
going
moment
way
to
up.
talk about taxiing.
Let's
Taxiing
not.
refers to moving the aircraft
I
on the
remember to
ground
use the
under its
triggers.
own
I
power.
gotta remember to use
In
my
particular,
feet
getting from the
instead
ramp
of
out to
my
the hold short
steering
point
wheel.
on the edge of
Turn.
the runway. Steering on the ground is managed through the rudder pedals. That's right, unlike driving a car, we turn by using our feet. Okay, ready? With the throttle idle, release your parking brake. Okay. Now, gently increase throttle to get the aircraft moving.
Okay. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm going to look down this way and I'm going to push it in a little bit.
Add power to start taxiing. All right. Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway. As you increase power, watch the tachometer and make sure to stay around 1,000 RPM.
Tachometer 1000 RPM. Get this out of the way. Doesn't do anything. Oh, 1000 RPM. Turn left on the taxiway by holding right trigger, left trigger. Okay.
Now test the brakes. Good. Brakes checked. Taxi to the next exit, then come to a stop. Remember to control your speed with throttle and brakes. See the crossing in front of us? Stop before it as if traffic was coming off the runway.
Okay, so the throttle 20%. Okay, how come I'm trying to release? Okay. So my so nothing's happening. Why isn't anything happening? Reach next exit runway and hold X to stop. Okay, the parking brake is off. The throttle is at like 15%. It's not the train's not moving. Okay, let's try it again. Gosh, man. Okay, it did exactly what it told me to do, and it didn't work.
Let's take a moment to talk about taxiing.
Let's.
Taxiing refers to moving the aircraft on the ground under its own power. In particular, getting from the ramp out to the hold short point on the edge of the runway.
Right.
Steering on the ground is managed through the rudder pedals.
Right.
That's right. Unlike driving a car, we turn
Get rid
by
of
using our
this.
feet. Okay, ready? With the throttle idle, release your parking brake.
Okay, parking brake is down here. Okay.
Okay. Now, gently increase throttle to get the aircraft moving. All right. Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway. As you increase power, watch the tachometer and make sure to stay around 1,000 RPM.
Yeah, I got haptic feedback. Okay. It's just stopped. Why did it stop? Why did it stop? Everything was going fine. Parking brake is off. Why did it stop? Oh, game. Come on. Gosh, I don't got all night to learn how to land a plane. I wonder if I had to go through this. And maybe that's why I stopped playing
Take
it.
a moment to talk about taxiing.
Is I'm like,
Taxiing refers to
come
moving the
on,
aircraft on the
game.
ground under its own power.
It's like that thing
In
with the.
particular, getting from the
It's like
ramp
the thing
out
with
to the
setting
hold short
the.
point on the edge of the runway.
Like that thing
Steering on
with
the
setting
ground
the.
is managed through the rudder pedals.
Yeah, I know.
That's right. Unlike driving a
Get rid of
car,
that.
we turn by using our feet. Okay, ready? With the throttle
Okay,
idle,
ready?
release your parking brake.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this to release the
Okay.
parking brake.
Now, gently increase throttle to get the aircraft moving.
Okay.
All right. Use your rudder pedal to turn left and enter the taxiway.
I got the haptic feedback. I don't know if I like
watch
that.
the tachometer and make sure to stay around 1,000 RPM.
Is that why it shut it down? Because the game felt I was going too fast? Oh, was I supposed to follow that line there? I wasn't following the line? I was off the line, maybe? Maybe I was off the
Now
line.
test the brakes.
Okay, I
Good.
set the brake.
Brakes checked. Taxi to the next exit, then come to a stop. Remember to control your speed with throttle and brakes.
Right.
See the crossing in front of us? Stop before it as if traffic was coming off the runway.
Parking brake is off. Throttle is where? 12.3. Was there another thing I needed to do here? Where's the other brake? That'd be another brake, right? Because there's got to be another brake, right? Because the throttle, let's go. Okay, I wasn't. What do I know?
Watch your speed. All right, taxi to holding point Alpha 1 next. It's at the far end of the airport near the head of runway 21.
Yes,
Stay
I got.
as close as possible to the taxiway center marked by the yellow line. And watch your speed.
I will. It's like you really got to push it up to get going. Then you're going too fast. I don't like the feedback. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I know the plane's bouncing around a little bit. I don't need to have the controller like jiggling in my hands. So I think that's going to go off.
Watch your speed. After the right turn, come to a stop before the hold short point and prep for takeoff. Watch your speed.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it. Don't. Get over here. Get over here. Okay, get over here. Okay, so I have to go up past 20 to get the plane to get it moving. I'm braking. I'm braking. I'm braking. I'm braking. I'm braking.
Remain on the taxiway center line. You
Braking, you
don't want to risk
stupid.
damaging
Oh,
the
I'm not
aircraft.
braking.
The next challenge will be to keep.
Okay, I'm going to take a break. I wasn't braking. Supposed to hit X. I was hitting Y. I was hitting Y. Don't ask me why. I'm going to take a break, man. My ears must be red. My ears must be red, and I hurt in my head. I'm hitting boom, boom. I'm braking. I'm braking. I'm braking. And I look down. Why am I hitting Y? Oh, I got I got to this point at least when I was playing this game like 3 or 4 years ago. I got to this point at least because I remember taking off from an airport and flying up into the mountains and landing at an airport in the mountains. I remember doing that. Um, but that it's like the thing with the turn and climb. Okay, it's not climb and turn. It's turn and climb. So I'm turning, 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 and I'm trying to climb. Well, I get a little over 6,000 feet when I hit heading south, and it doesn't give me credit for getting to 6,000 feet. It never once gave me the credit for getting to 6,000 feet. So I wonder if it's like the thing before with the trim. Holding using the left trigger for the yoke, holding the right bumper, and using the right trigger for the trim, and it never set the trim. It never set the trim. I had to use the trim wheel manually to set the trim. And I was going to be this it was going to be the same thing in that turn and climb. It was going to be I was going to have to do something manually, like I started using the trim wheel to get it to set. And then by the time I got it set where I wanted it, it said, "You're out of the training area. Go back." Like, I'm going to go back. I'm just going to spin this plane on its side and restart the scenario. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm like, oh man, I'm so tense. I'm so tense. And let's see, is there anybody watching this crazy stream? Anybody watching this crazy stream? Nope. People got frustrated with it. They're like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Um, I could leave the I could leave the I really think I want to set the graphics down. Is there a way to just I'm gonna Google it. Before I go on break, I'm gonna Google it. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight 2020. Is there a way to set a graphics to medium? You may seem to be concerned about a terrain level of detail and render scaling. You can open developer mode. Well, let's bookmark this. Okay, optimal performance is 1080p. Okay, display mode. There's only two options for its display mode setting, full screen and Windows. It's the player preferences. Neither of the options provide any noticeable increase in game performance. Full screen is still recommended, more so if running the dev menu to test frame rate. VSync and frame lock. Render scaling. It means the game is rendered at 100% of the resolution selected. If dropped down to 80 means 80%. 150 means the game will render 150 of selected resolution. Of course, decreasing the render scaling option will improve performance. I recommend adjusting it at a higher resolution like 4K and 1440p. However, make the game look blurry, and the intensity of blurriness depends on how you set it. Okay, for 1080p, I recommend keeping it at 100. So render scaling. Let's see. Where is render scaling? Custom. Oh, and how about medium? Let's see. It doesn't say. It doesn't give me a So that looks like that's the global scaling then. Okay, they recommend 1080. What did they say about VSync? Maintain it via the game VSync and locked for now. Older drivers may be able to lock by NVIDIA control panel. Reflex low latency. It doesn't have anything about frame lock. Oh, 100% monitor refresh. DirectX global rendering quality. That must be this one. So I think high end, right? High end says 100. It means it's 100 rendering at 100% of the 100% of the resolution selected. Okay, I guess that's what that means then, right? Let's try it. Try medium. I can always go back. All right, so apply and save. Back. Let's see, activities. No. Flight training. Takeoff and landing. Taxiing. Okay. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I got a little snack. I got some more water. I got a little snack. Let's see. Like a big delay. It's interesting. It's a big delay from Here to Twitch. Chips Ahoy. It's weird though, where you increase the throttle, it's like 20%. You start kind of flying. You lower it a little bit. Then you stop. You put the brakes on, you stop. Says the throttle is still at 20%. Like, well, when you take your foot off the brake, like when you hold the X down to brake, I'm actually going to check. I might have to. Okay, the wireless controller says it's still at 70%. Okay, well, okay. You hold X down to brake, but then you think when you take your finger off X, it should start moving again, right? The throttle's still at 20%. It's like in a car, you take your foot off the brake, the car starts moving again. That's not how this works. Weird. Hmm. So, it's taxiing is moving the plane around the runways under its own power. What other power would you move it under? Yeah, whatever. Okay, you're done. Okay. What so now if I want to use these pedals, what's the hotkey to use these pedals like on the keyboard? Yep. 15. Right. Oh, I got to hit this thing right here, right? Hold X to brake. Okay. 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 Right. Okay. Parking brake is off. Parking brake is off. Throttle's at 15%. My finger's not on the X button. Why? Why isn't the Why do I have to increase it again? Okay. I guess you have to increase it again to get it moving again, right? And then you bring it back down again. I guess. I don't know. I think planes taxi pretty slowly, right? All right. Why does it take so long to get this thing moving? Why does it take so long to get it moving? I forgot to turn off the haptic. Okay. Unfortunately, one of your wheels crossed a millimeter over the taxiway. I'm sorry. One of your wheels went a millimeter over the line. You have to restart. Go back to 0. I don't get this, man. Come on. It says it says I was at 0 and my RPMs are at 1,000, right? How does that work? It says my throttle's at 0, but I'm doing 1,000 RPMs. I mean, look at the, I don't know. Okay, let's go. Come on. Let's get moving. Get over here. The haptic feedback, man. It's like I'm nervous enough as it is, and then this thing's like going off. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong screen. Well, you didn't miss much. I'll tell you that right now. You didn't miss much because I'm just doing this stuff over. And if you saw it like 5 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago, or 15 minutes ago before I went on break,
turn, come to a stop before the hold short point
you
and
won't.
prep for
You're not
takeoff.
missing anything.
That was good taxiing.
Thank
The
you.
next challenge will be to keep the aircraft under control while at full throttle for takeoff.
Thank you very much. What? What do I got to do? Oh, 78%. Would be a B minus in some schools and a C plus in others. I love how it lets you restart. Try to go for 100% on all these, right? I'll be here till I'll be here for Quite a while. Takeoff. Line up and get airborne. There's nothing like the thrill of taking flight. Training session dedicated to getting you off the ground. Taxi into position on the runway. Accelerate to 55 knots before pitching up to takeoff. Rotation. Maintain 75 knots while climbing to safety altitude of 5,500 feet. It's only going to take 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 20 attempts. Don't forget to adjust your flaps.
There's an old saying I like. A mile of road will take you a mile. A mile of runway will take you anywhere. Taking off isn't hard, but there are a few key points to remember. First, we always take off into the wind, which won't be an issue on a calm day like today. Second, before we enter a runway, we always make sure it's clear. Check to the right to see if a vehicle is on the runway, and to the left to make sure no other planes are approaching.
Okay.
Everything looks good, no cross traffic. Go ahead and taxi into position. Now slowly taxi onto the runway and align the plane with the center line.
Get rid of this.
Then stop your plane just after the number 21.
Wait, I got to do this. Okay. Oh. Stop it over here. Slightly increase finish by using the right trigger.
Excellent.
Oh, wow. Nice.
All right, let's do this. Apply full power and I'll walk you through the takeoff as we go. Use your rudders to stay on the center line and keep pushing power until you reach 55 knots.
5 knots. There's 55 knots. Okay.
Good. Now gently pull back on the yoke.
Gently pull back on the yoke.
Pull back on the yoke to take off.
Trying to.
And we're airborne.
Okay, my altitude is...
Line up the top of your instrument panel so it's a couple of inches above the horizon. That'll pitch us up and set a good climb attitude. Focus on flying straight. Use your rudders to keep the runway heading of 210 degrees. Maintain 75 knots.
What?
We'll reach our target altitude of 5,500 feet in no time.
Maintain heading 210 degrees by using right trigger, left trigger. 210? Okay. Okay. Put your plane in you put your plane in a dangerous position.
Okay.
Okay.
5,500 feet. You've reached your target altitude. Good job.
Wow. I think I should do that again. Let's try that one again. Hopefully it doesn't downgrade me. You crash, you got a 0, you got to do it again. It seemed a little sketch.
There's an old saying I like. A mile of road will take you a mile. A mile of runway will take you anywhere. Taking Taking off isn't hard, but there are a few key points to remember. First, we always take off into the wind,
Right.
which won't be an issue on a calm day like today. Second, before we enter a runway, we always make sure it's clear. Check to the right to see if a vehicle is on the runway, and to the left to make sure no other planes are approaching.
Woo!
Everything looks good, no
Yeah.
cross traffic. Go ahead and taxi into position. Now slowly taxi onto the runway and align the plane with the center line. Then stop your plane just after the number 21.
That's a little difficult there.
Excellent. All right, let's do this. Apply full power and I'll walk you through the takeoff as we go. Use your rudders to stay on the center line and keep pushing power until you reach 55 knots.
Where's the knots thing again? Where's the knots landing?
Good. Now gently pull back on the yoke. Pull back on the yoke to take off. And we're airborne.
At 75 knots, something happens,
Line up
right?
the top of your instrument panel so it's a couple of inches above the horizon.
Right.
That'll pitch us up and set a good climb attitude. Focus on flying straight. Use your rudders to keep the runway heading of 210 degrees. Maintain 75 knots and we'll reach our target altitude of 5,500 feet in no time.
Oh.
Okay, 5,500 feet. You've reached your target altitude. That was a nice takeoff.
Thanks. Nice. Not the best. Better than B, though. All right, let's go trading menu. Now, let's see. What do we want to do? I'm going to land it. Dead stick landing. Focus on yoke to land. This training session will be placed in conditions that will allow you to focus on using the yoke only to land. Manage speed and glide path on the final approach. Flare the aircraft to touch down smoothly. Brake after landing to end the safety flight. Or the flight safely. Safety flight. Oh no. Okay. So 65 knots. Coming in at 65 knots.
For
Okay.
this landing exercise, I want you to focus on the yoke only.
Okay.
We're close enough to the runway to land safely without adding any throttle.
Okay.
Maintain a speed of around 65 knots. Pitch down if you're going too slow. Pitch up if you're too fast.
65 knots.
Keep your airspeed at 65 knots. When you're 10 feet above the runway, it's time to flare. To flare means to raise the nose of the aircraft to slow your descent for a softer landing, but without ever leveling off or climbing. The main landing gear will touch down before the nose wheel does. We're coming up on flare height. Resist the temptation to pull back.
Pull back, pull back.
Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it. Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop. Well done, but there's room for improvement. Keep in mind that approaching the runway at the right speed is key to a good landing.
I have no idea why this is not showing up in. I just looked over at Streamlabs. Streamlabs has the Twitch. Oh, it was a problem with my tablet, I think. I have no idea. Let's go back in the game. Just take my word for it. I got a 7,188 score. It's a B. I'm going to try it again. Big Fuzzy aircraft nose up to touchdown with the 2 rear wheels. Okay. Stop the aircraft. Stopping the aircraft's pretty easy, right? On the center line. Pretty straightforward.
For this landing exercise, I want you to focus on the yoke only. We're close enough to the runway to land safely without adding any throttle. Maintain a speed of around 65 knots. Pitch down if you're going too slow. Pitch up if you're too fast. Keep your airspeed at 65 knots. When you're 10 feet above the runway, it's time to flare. To flare means to raise the nose of the aircraft to slow your descent for a softer landing, but without ever leveling off or climbing. The main landing gear will touch down before the nose wheel does. We're coming up on flare height. Resist the temptation to pull back. Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it. Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop. Well done, but there's room for improvement. Keep in mind that approaching the runway at the right speed is key to a good landing.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. I got what she said towards the end of that, where she said, when you flare, bring the nose up a little bit higher than the end of the runway.
For this landing exercise, I want you to focus on the yoke only. We're close enough to the runway to land safely without adding any throttle. Maintain a speed of around 65 knots. Pitch down if you're going too slow. Pitch up if you're too fast.
The key is, how do you get to that perfect 65 knot speed? You know?
Keep your airspeed at 65 knots. When you're 10 feet above the runway, it's time to flare. To flare means to raise the nose of the aircraft to slow your descent for a softer landing, but without ever leveling off or climbing. The main landing gear will touch down before the nose wheel does. We're coming up on flare height. Resist the temptation to pull back. Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it.
No, that was not good.
Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop.
The last one, I was able to like line this up and just run straight down. And this one is like I'm all over the place. Because I'm turning the wheel. That's why.
Well done.
Yeah, but there's room for improvement. I bet you 6,000 something.
Approaching the runway at the right speed is key to a good landing.
Yeah, see, 6,000. My best score. Let's try again. Check and see what the... CPU's at 43. The GPU's at 98. Resource monitor. Let's see. Let's check the temp. Okay.
For this landing exercise, I want you to focus on the yoke only. We're close enough to the runway to land safely without adding any throttle. Maintain a speed of around 65 knots. Pitch down if you're going too slow. Pitch up if you're too fast. Keep your airspeed at 65 knots. When you're 10 feet above the runway, it's time to flare. To flare means to raise the nose of the aircraft to slow your descent for a softer landing, but without ever leveling off or climbing. The main landing gear will touch down before the nose wheel does. We're coming up on flare height. Resist the temptation to pull back. Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it. Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop. Well done, but there's room for improvement. Keep in mind that approaching the runway at the right speed is key to a good landing.
Or I think I'm gonna go back to the training menu. Landing without elevator. Focus on throttle for a smooth approach. Interesting. Okay. This training session, you'll be placed in conditions that will allow you to focus on the throttle to manage the glide path on the final approach to land. See, the only thing I don't like about the throttle on the the controller is you press the throttle button down a little bit and it just shoots up. So you want to be at like 65 knots, right? If it's
In this
65
landing
knots,
exercise, I want you to focus on staying on the glide path using the throttle only. Smooth action on the throttle is key for remaining on the correct glide path. If you find yourself too high, reduce your power. If you're too low, increase it. Remember though, always make soft corrections. You don't want to overcompensate.
how can I tell if I'm on the glide path or not, though? Not really telling me that. I mean, I'm at 65 knots.
Now you can use the elevator to land.
What's the elevator? Is that the yoke? What's the elevator? That's the up and down, right?
Reduce throttle to idle. Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it. Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop.
I guess.
That was excellent.
Really? Wow. Okay. What's the next one? Stay aligned with the runway and stabilize the approach using only the throttle. I used a little bit of the yoke to steer it. Bring progressively the aircraft nose up to touchdown with the two rear wheels. Yeah, working on that still. Stop the plane on the runway using the brakes. Well, I did that too. What's next? Combine throttle and yoke to land safely. What goes up must come down. In this training session, you will focus on the key techniques for successful landings. Manage speed and glide path on the final approach. Oh, so you want to use, so basically you want to use the throttle, and then when you get the runway threshold power reduction start, that's when you cut the throttle. Oh, man. Oh, man. Crumbs on the mouse pad. All right. Don't overdo it and balloon. No, I don't want a balloon.
My first instructor used to say, the best part of flying is landing in one piece. Today, you're in charge of bringing us in for a safe landing. And I've already set us up in landing configuration at 65 knots with 10 degrees of flaps and idle power. Keep your aim point on the runway threshold. When you're 10 feet above the runway, it's time to flare.
Okay, where's my throttle at? Trying to line up with the runway because I feel like they don't they don't get just set up lined up with the runway. I should try this just one time, just not. I can do the flaps too, right? Yeah. I don't see how I'm using the throttle in this one really to do anything. I'm at 65 knots. I'm in the glide path, right? Or am I going to come up short? I mean, I'm at 65 knots. Where's my altitude? I guess I don't. The hold altitude thing, I'm not really sure. I mean, just really the whole way down, I haven't touched hardly anything.
Reduce throttle to idle. Now focus on the end of the runway and pull back slightly on the yoke to aim the nose just above it. Nice. Now apply the brakes to slow us down and bring the plane to a stop.
It really didn't do anything on that one. The plane just
That was excellent.
the plane just glided in right from where it was. I mean, the plane just maintained 65 knots basically. Follow a traffic pattern to prepare for landing. This training session covers the procedures to be performed from downwind leg to final approach. Once established in downwind along the runway 21 at 6,000 feet, start to prepare for the landing by reducing the speed to 80 knots and set 10% of flaps. A good distance from the runway is a gliding distance. You can judge by seeing the runway from the cockpit at about half the strut under the wing. Okay. When turning to base leg, reduce power and maintain the attitude to fly at 65 knots. When turning to final approach, keep maintaining 65 knots and follow the glide slope. Use power or flaps as required to adjust the slope, then flare, land, and brake close to the runway center line. This is going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging. This is like nothing like what we've done up to this point, I don't think.
Okay, we're currently flying on the downwind leg at the standard traffic pattern altitude of 6,000 feet. It's a flight path parallel to the landing runway, but in the opposite direction. In downwind, you want to start preparing for landing. That means setting your speed and flaps configuration. Reduce speed to 80 knots. Maintain constant altitude and heading. The flaps provide extra lift at the expense of additional drag. This extra lift allows flying at a lower airspeed. Flaps allow for smoother and shorter landings. Go ahead and extend 10 degrees of flaps, all while maintaining current altitude.
Okay, so I got to go up here and click on this thing again, because they just don't show up. Maintain 6,000
We're gonna fly
feet.
past the end of the runway here. Keep going until you see it at a 45-degree angle behind you. That's your cue to turn left.
I
onto
have
the base
no
leg.
idea what I'm doing. One increment of flaps by pressing down. Okay. Maintain 80 knots. No, I'm at 70. Maintain 6,000 feet. I'm at like 2,000 feet. Reach the end of the downward leg. I'm not reading this altimeter correctly
Turn
somehow.
left onto the base leg.
Enter down 121 and prepare the aircraft for landing. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Try to maintain 1400 RPM.
Okay.
That'll also keep our speed around 65 knots. Keep an eye on the runway as we get ready for our final turn.
Reach the end of the base leg. Reduce throttle to 1400 by
Turn left
holding
onto final.
B. Turn left for
Make
final.
your left turn onto final. Make your left turn onto final.
I'm doing it, lady. I'm doing it.
Make your left turn onto final.
I'm doing it. Sorry.
Keep a stabilized approach and prepare for landing.
Right, runway. I gotta turn. I gotta. I'm going too fast. Should be doing 65 knots. I'm not. I'm doing. Okay, now I'm doing 65 roughly. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Cut the throttle. Right, cut throttle now. Let's cut throttle. Oh, 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 oh.
Apply the brakes and stop the plane.
Okay. I'm applying the brakes. I'm applying the brakes. I'm holding the X button down. Gosh, man, where is the throttle? Why is my... Yeah, get this out of the way. Okay.
That was all right. A little more practice will help your accuracy, though.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to have you do this again because I want you to explain to me what you're talking about with the downward leg, the downward dog, and all that stuff, because I don't get that at all. Okay. This training session proceeds from downward leg to final approach. So that means where you're not coming in directly at. We've been doing final approach. We've been doing final approach from here, the glide path into here. So now this is where you have to go this way and make 2 turns to get to the runway. Once established in downwind along the runway at 6,000 feet, start to prepare for the landing by reducing the speed to 80 knots and set 10% of flaps. This training session covers the procedure for firm downward leg to final approach. Downwind, 80 knots, flaps 10%. Okay. Turn to base 6,000 feet. Base 65 knots. Turn to final 5,700 feet. See, it looks like you go down here, then up here. But I don't know. Okay.
Okay, we're currently flying on the downwind leg
See,
at the standard traffic pattern altitude of 6,000 feet. It's a flight path parallel to the landing runway, but in the opposite direction. In downwind, you want to start preparing for landing. That means setting your speed and flaps configuration. Reduce speed to 80 knots. Maintain constant altitude and heading. The flaps provide extra lift at the expense of additional drag. This extra lift allows flying at a lower airspeed. Flaps allow for smoother and shorter landings. Go ahead and extend 10 degrees of flaps, all while maintaining current altitude. We're gonna fly past the end of the runway here. Keep going till you see it at a 45-degree angle behind you. That's your cue to turn left onto the base leg.
Okay, reach into the downwind leg. Should I just put this right there in the center? Okay, maintain 80 knots, which I'm not doing. Maintain 6,000 feet. I have a feeling I am not reading this altitude thing.
Turn left onto the base leg.
I'm not reading this altitude thing correctly. Because I thought 6,000 feet was like up in here. Okay, I'm doing a little faster than 80
Try
knots.
to maintain 1,400 RPM.
Okay.
That'll also keep our speed around 65 knots. Keep an eye on the runway as we get ready for our final turn. Turn left onto final. Keep a stabilized approach and prepare for landing.
I should be doing 65 knots. Went too fast. I'll cut the throttle.
Apply the brakes and stop the plane.
I'll try to stop the plane. Stop, plane, stop. I keep got to remember to use the rudders to do the thing.
You followed the traffic pattern well. Good job.
I got to get rid of the yoke. Okay. So I have a feeling I'm not reading. I'm just totally missing the whole altitude thing. I don't get it. I thought it was at 6,000. I'm just reading it wrong. I think I'm going to Google something here. Microsoft Flight Simulator. How do you read the altimeter? Hmm. Okay. Well, let's get that at all. It's 6,000 feet, but it doesn't show 6,000 feet. It shows like 1,000 feet. Okay. Yeah, see?
Okay, we're currently flying on the downwind leg at the standard traffic pattern altitude of 6,000 feet. It's a flight path parallel to the landing runway, but in the opposite direction. In downwind, you want to start preparing for landing. That means setting your speed and flaps configuration. Reduce speed to 80 knots. Maintain constant altitude and heading. The flaps provide extra lift at the expense of additional drag. This extra lift allows flying at a lower airspeed. Flaps allow for smoother and shorter landings. Go ahead and extend 10 degrees of flaps, all while maintaining current altitude. We're gonna fly past the end of the runway here. Keep going until you see it at a 45-degree angle behind you. That's your cue to turn left onto the base leg. Turn left onto the base leg. Try to maintain 1400 RPM. That'll also keep our speed around 65 knots. Keep an eye on the runway as we get ready for our final turn. Turn left onto final.
Boop, boop, boop.
Keep a stabilized approach and prepare for landing.
Okay, I'm good at a good speed. I'm 65 knots. I'm a little fast. About 70 knots right now. Maybe more flaps. Another flaps. I'll have to try this again. I'm going way too fast.
Apply the brakes and stop the plane.
I was right in the middle, and for some reason I hit the thing. Dee dee dee
You followed
dee.
the traffic pattern well. Good job.
My best score. I'll try it again.
Okay, we're currently flying on the downwind leg at the standard traffic pattern altitude of 6,000 feet. It's a flight path parallel to the landing runway, but in the opposite direction. In downwind, you want to start preparing for landing. That means setting your speed and flaps configuration. Reduce speed to 80 knots. Maintain constant altitude and heading. The flaps provide extra lift at the expense of additional drag. This extra lift allows flying at a lower airspeed. Flaps allow for smoother and shorter landings. Go ahead and extend 10 degrees of flaps, all while maintaining current altitude. We're gonna fly past the end of the runway here. Keep going until you see it at a 45-degree angle behind you. That's your cue to turn left onto the base leg. Turn left onto the base leg. Try to maintain 1400 RPM. That'll also keep our speed around 65 knots. Keep an eye on the runway as we get ready for our final turn. Turn left onto final. Make your left turn onto final.
Doing it.
Keep a stabilized approach and prepare for landing.
So I'm going to cut the engines right here.
Apply the brakes and stop the plane. That was all right. A little more practice will help your accuracy, though.
Really? I thought I did pretty good on that one. I thought that was my best turn. Do one more time. I thought that was my best turn into the final. I thought that was my best turn into the final. I was more lined up with the runway than I had been on any of the other ones, I think.
Okay, we're currently flying on the downwind leg at the standard traffic pattern altitude of 6,000 feet. It's a flight path parallel to the landing runway, but in the opposite direction. In downwind, you want to start preparing for landing. That means setting your speed and flaps configuration. Reduce speed to 80 knots. Maintain constant altitude and heading. The flaps provide extra lift at the expense of additional drag. This extra lift allows flying at a lower airspeed.
Doesn't help
Flaps
to have
allow
to
for smoother and
have to
shorter
reach up there
landings.
every single time
Go
to mess
ahead
with
and
that.
extend 10 degrees of flaps, all while maintaining current altitude. We're gonna fly past the end of the runway here. Keep going until you see it at a 45-degree angle behind you. That's your cue to turn left onto the base leg.
Came in a little fast on that last one.
Turn left onto the base leg.
And it doesn't help when you got her saying in your ear, turn left on the final. Turn left on the final. And you're actually like making the best left turn on the final that you've made so far. I'm turning at like 20 degrees, which is what they say.
Try to maintain 1400 RPM. That'll also keep our speed around 65 knots. Turn left onto final. Keep an eye on the runway as we get ready for our final turn. Keep a stabilized approach and prepare for landing.
So I'm right at about 1400 where she said. And I'm at about 80 knots. I could have come out a little further. See, I'm going way too fast coming in here. See, I need to make that turn better. My nose up. Going way too fast. Cut the throttle. Should have cut the throttle back there. She didn't tell me to.
Apply the brakes and stop the plane.
I'm still bouncing. I'm braking. I'm braking. I'm hitting the B. Or the X. This is the worst. This is like 4,000 something, maybe 3,000.
You followed the traffic pattern well. Good job.
6,000. I think I'm okay. Go back to the training menu. First solo flight. Take your first solo flight. Okay. You trained for this. Now it's time to use your skills. Complete standard traffic pattern without assistance from the instructor. Take off. Climb at 75 knots until you reach 5,400 feet. And then it's going to be bedtime. Turn left across. I'm going to try this one time, and then I'm going to go to bed. Turn left to Crosswind Lake. I hope they have prompts and stuff for me. Okay, so wait. Take off. 55 knots. Climb out to 75 knots. And then do oh, I see. So you're taking your takeoff into the wind. So downwind means you're taking off into the wind. Downwind means you have a tailwind. Okay, that's what the wind means. So you take off 55 knots into the wind, 75 knots, climb out. Crosswind, you're doing 75 knots at 5,400 feet. Turn left to Crosswind Lake and climb to 6,000 feet while maintaining 75 knots. This is 80 knots. Once established in the downwind leg, maintain the altitude to fly at 6,000 feet. Start to prepare for the landing by setting speed to 80 knots and extend 10% of flaps. In our base leg, prepare the aircraft for landing. When turning to final approach, keep maintaining 65. Follow the glide slope. Leave power flaps required to adjust the slope. Maintain glide slope and alignment. Keep speed at 65. Flare land, brake close to the runway center line. Okay, let's see how this goes. I'm going to do this one time. And regardless of how it turns out, I'm going to bed.
It's time. Your first solo flight. I'll be watching from the ground in radio contact if you need me, but something tells me you won't.
Yeah, you want to bet?
Your goal is to complete Sedona's left-hand traffic pattern on your own. Remember what we covered in our previous sessions, and you'll be just fine.
Right.
Good luck. See you on the other side.
Take off. Okay, so first, let's get rid of the yoke. Oh, parking brake's off. Okay. Got to go full throttle. Oh, wait. Do I have to am I taxiing? No, I'm just taking off. Okay. Full throttle. Up to 55. Up to 55 knots. How come it's not registering any speed here? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Pull back. Upwind leg. Reach 5,700 feet. Reach the end of the upwind leg. Not going straight. Still got full throttle, right? Where's my altitude? All right, altitude. Come on, game. Go straight. Whoa. It didn't do this. It wasn't like this before. What is going wrong now? Okay, upwind leg. What's my altitude? Okay, I'm at 4,500. 4,500 roughly. It's 5,700 feet. Okay, keep going, game. Keep going. Maintain 75 knots. I'm not at 75 knots. Okay. I'm not at 5,700 feet. At 70 knots. Well, that's not bad, I guess. I'm at 70 knots. I'm not stalling yet. Okay, I'm at 5,700 feet. Okay, let's turn left to begin crosswind leg. Okay. Now I've got my. Now I'm doing 90 knots. I have a feeling these legs are too short. Reach 6,000 feet. Yeah, I'm at 6,000 feet. I'm at 6,000 feet right now. Turn left for downwind leg. Okay. I just feel like that's not. That downwind leg one is not. I'm at 9,000 feet. Okay. I have a feeling like these legs are not. Maintain 80 knots. Okay, I'm at like 8,000 feet. I gotta go down. Okay, let's get down to 80 knots and 6,000 feet. I have a feeling that the leg between the downwind leg and the final approach is not long enough, and then you're trying to turn. I mean, anybody who would be flying with me right now would be crazy. Like, what are you doing? You're crazy. I mean, I still got 2 miles to get to my end of the downwind leg. I'm at about 70 knots. Maintain 80 knots. I haven't done that yet. But I am at 6,000 feet, and I'm at 80 knots. Okay. I'm at 80 knots. But my altitude's going up. Extend flaps 10 degrees. Okay. I haven't maintained 6,000 feet. I haven't maintained 80 knots. And that's what the game's going to judge me on. I'm too high. Oh, to climb to 6,000, remember it says you have to be, it says you have to be at full power. Turn left for base leg. See, I want to be out a little bit farther. Use part of 1400. Maintain 65 knots. too much, too much. It's my altitude, 2000. See, I'm not coming in at like 6,000. From 6,000 feet, I'm coming in from like 4,000 feet. I get my speed up a little bit. Where's my altimeter? No, I'm going too fast. I'm just gonna go like this.
You need to stay in the pattern for the sake of this exercise.
Yeah. Now you're just gonna put me on glide. I can do the glide thing. Okay, so I gotta reduce my... Do I have my flaps on? See, I'm pressing B and it's not really doing anything. I'm going way too fast. Got the throttle now. I gotta do it. What did I say? What did I say? I said I was going to do this one time, right? Oh no, I'm going to do it again. Stop, 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 stop. 1,000.
I think a bit more practice may be a good idea.
Yeah.
You're on your way to becoming one hell of a pilot.
But not now. Yeah, see? I was going to restart. Okay. Okay, I understand all this, but I somewhere between here and here, somewhere between here and here, I lost a lot of altitude. I was coming in like right over the top of this mountain, and I should be coming in at from 5,300 feet, not from like 3,000 feet. I came in way too low over here. I had an okay takeoff though. Okay, one more time.
It's time. Your first solo flight. I'll be watching from the ground.
Sorry.
And radio contact if you need me. But something tells me you won't. Your goal is to complete Sedona's left-hand traffic pattern on your own. Remember what we covered in our previous sessions, and you'll be just fine.
I remember.
Good luck. See you on the other side.
I don't know why I'm getting this error message on my stream. Game capture. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Why is this? Why is this in this little box up here? This is weird. My game captures in this little box. This is really weird. So it's picking up something. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3, 1.38.2.0. Microsoft Flight Simulator objectives. Oh, I know what it's doing. It's something to do with the windows, right? It's something to do with the windows. Let's see. Transform. Fit the screen. Well, you know what? It's always something, man. It is always something with these stupid programs. I just thought, oh, yeah, you just capture the window, you know, and it's working. At least it was working. I haven't looked at the VOD, but it's been working, right? Maybe this is one where the best way to do it is to do it as a display capture. Well, let's set up a source as a display capture. Add a source. We're going to call it the MSFS 2020 display capture. Okay. So now we're going to jump this up here. Put this behind here. I'm going to come over to the Microsoft window. Let's see if it's going to capture my desktop. There. Well, I apologize because this is the first time I've seen this. I don't know. It's trying to capture because this is Windows and Microsoft is a Windows company. And so the game capture was trying to capture a window that was actually just like the objectives window, not the game window. So I guess we can blame it on Microsoft. Okay, so first thing I have to do is I have to check and take off the stupid yoke. That's off. I gotta set the power to full power. I gotta get it up to 55 knots. Okay. 55 knots. And try to maintain just a steady climb rate. To what, 5,700 feet? I'm at what, 75 knots? I'm doing pretty good on that, keeping that at 75 knots. Climbing up to 57 something. It says to get to 6,000 feet, you've got to have full power. I'm at full power. There's a runway right behind me. Okay, I'm up to 80 now, so I need to go up higher. I need to I need to keep climbing. Oh, you know what? I don't have the objectives up here. Cross one leg. End of cross one leg. What are you talking about, game? I'm at the end of it already? Okay. Where's her, you know, I'm not picking up the game audio. I'm not picking up the game audio because I'm using the display capture. Okay, I'm at 80 and I'm at 8,000 feet. So I am way too high. So maybe do the flaps now? No. $80 knots. I'm just way too high. 8,000 feet, 7,000 feet. I'm at 80 knots, which is good. But I need to be at 6,000 feet. I think on a couple of these, that's kind of what's... I think that's kind of what's hurt me is I've been too high when I'm approaching. So I'm trying to gain some speed because my speed's dropping. It says maintain 80 knots, but when I descend to pick up a little more speed, I lose altitude. I'm at like below 60 knots. And I'm coming in too low. I think I have too many flaps on. Or too much flaps. Yeah, look at, I'm at 2,000 feet altitude. That's just not right. Turn left for base leg. Reach the end of the base leg, reach 1,400. I'm looking at 1,000 feet altitude. I'm way too low.
You need to stay in the pattern for the sake of this exercise.
Yeah, I'm just gonna gonna exit. Let's restart. One more time. One more time. Well, no, I can hear. I heard the audio that time. I heard her in the audio.
It's time. Your first solo flight.
Now I hear it.
I'll be watching from the ground in radio contact if you need me, but something tells me you won't. Your goal is to complete Sedona's left-hand traffic pattern on your own. Remember what we covered in our previous sessions, and you'll be just fine. Good luck. See you on the other side.
Okay, so I got to try to get 6,000 feet in the next 2.28 nautical miles. I'm at the right speed. I'm at about 70. That's 65. See, I've got full throttle out. It says you need full throttle to get to 6,000 feet. Well, I'm struggling to get to like 3,000 feet with full throttle. So I think this right here is going to be a turn with climb. This turn up here is going to be a turn with climb because we're going to be climbing from like 5,700 feet up to 6,000 feet. But I want to make sure that I don't go from 6,000 to like 8,000. See, I should be at 75 knots, I think. I'm at 6,000 right now, so I can just kind of level off here. I'm at 75 knots. Too much of a turn. The nose up. So I need to climb up to 6. Now see, I'm already at 6,000. I don't need to climb up anymore. I don't have the thing either open. Darn it. I need to open that before I take off. To bleed off some speed, gain a little altitude, get to 80 knots at 6,000 feet. 80 knots at 6,000 feet. I'm at 7,000 feet and 80 knots. I'm gaining speed, I'm not losing altitude. See, just holding it down a little bit. 1001 drops it like, and then you hold it again, it just boosts it way up. There's no like incremental, there's no incremental stuff. You know, there's nothing incremental. Okay, let's try to go up to 6,000 feet at 80 knots. Extend flaps, okay. Maintain 6,000 feet. I'll try at 80 knots. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm climbing too high again. See, that's why I think I'd like to extend out. I don't want to turn at the end of the downward leg. I want to go like another 1/10 of a mile out. I'm at 7,000 feet. I'm too high. I need to lose some altitude. Try to maintain 80 knots, but come down to 6,000 feet. Oh, look, yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. It says turn left for the base leg. I turn left, and I turn left, and I'm like, I'm way offline. Okay, I'm at 1400. I'm on almost 65 knots. Okay, my altitude's coming down. Take off some speed. Take off some speed. Line up. I'm almost at 65 knots. Okay, kill the throttle. See, I'm not lined up. Darn it. Layer. Layer. rough. It's because I'm not lined up. I'm not lined up. If I could make that last turn and be totally lined up in the glide path, I'd be golden. But I make that last turn, it says,
I think a bit more practice may be
yeah, maybe a good idea.
Becoming one hell of a pilot.
That's my best score. Who would have thought that was my best score? Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. Oh man. Back to main menu. Yep. Okay. Well, let's see. It looks like it worked out good as far as changing the settings, the graphic settings. I'll see more tomorrow. I think these max temps that I got were when they were in the higher settings, and I don't mind. You know, game looks gorgeous as it is. I'm 68 years old. You know, so hey, I played Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think, on an Apple II maybe, with a screen about that big. 35 years ago. And I remember at being at this friend's house. He was doing some wargaming stuff, I think, with Advanced Squad Leader, and he had this PC in his room, and I didn't have a PC like this at that time. And he said, yeah, go ahead and play with it if you want. He was fiddling around with his Advanced Squad Leader pieces, fiddly bits, and he said, yeah, go ahead and play with it. So I'm over there, and it's the same thing in this, man. The plane's going, the plane's going, you turn it this way, you turn it again, you turn it again, you turn it again. And I remember going to bed that night and lying in bed, and all I saw was like, from staring at the screen for like an hour, watching this thing, trying to line it up and everything like that. So, um, fun game. Like I said, I learned how to do this a couple of years ago when this first came out. I actually think I played it on my gaming laptop at like medium settings. It's a really good gaming laptop, Asus, but it can't handle this anymore. And, so, I mean, like I said, I remember taking off from Denver International Airport, landing at like Aspen Airport, and it was kind of that kind of runway like Sedona has, like a very thin runway on top of a mountain. And but I'd kind of like to fly like the jets and stuff, the passenger jets. I think that'd be fun. Okay, I'm probably not gonna be on tomorrow. My daughter's home. She's not feeling good. Hang out with her, keep her company tomorrow, help her feel better. Make sure she drinks lots of water. Stays hydrated and all that stuff, and starts feeling better. So that's going to do it for me. Let me go into let's go my camera here. Okay. That's going to do it for me. I am, it's interesting because, it's interesting because I'm watching the stream on my, I'm watching the stream on my PC, and I'm also watching the stream on my tablet. And the tablet is like 10 seconds behind my PC. So this is weird. Let's see. Let's go into. Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to do this. I'm good. Okay. I want to go into. All right. So tonight I'll do the outro, I think, just to chill for a few minutes before I go to bed. So I'll do the outro. VOD watchers, I know you're out there. I appreciate you watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was more entertaining for you than it was for me, because it's pretty crazy. Some of those missions were kind of crazy, like the one setting the trim. Like, yeah, set the trim by doing this and this and this, and, with the controller, do this, press this button, press it. That's why I don't like controllers, because I like a keyboard. I'm used to keyboard and mouse, old school. But yeah, I'm just gonna say good night. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers, wherever you guys are in the wide world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Be blessed. Put yourself in a position to be blessed and be blessed. And I think I think if I click this one, it'll do the stream end music and outro. So thanks for watching. And I might be on tomorrow night. Probably be on tomorrow night. But in the meantime, put yourself in a position to be blessed and be blessed. And we'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. See you next time.